you very much, Limbo. Trying to get back into the groove of things. It's got a new microphone too, so if there's anything that's uh off, just let me know. My Saturdays started fairly well, yeah. Just enjoying a little bit of music before starting. Well, I only believe half of that, Limbo. So tell you it's the only way to be. A life where nothing's gained, nothing's lost. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you? Yeah, so slight update on what's been going on. I've got a work computer coming, so my personal machine will no longer be used for work. It means I need to get a second desk to set up my personal computer elsewhere. And with that, it means that I can get back into, streaming more full time because I don't have to constantly be changing settings back and forth. And, OBS has different profiles, but you still have shared settings between the profiles. But it also means that, a lot of things that I haven't been able to do for work, I'll be able to do because I'll be, you know how it is when you've got separate machines and one using personal for work stuff, they don't trust you with a lot of things. So with that, I'll be set up behind a firewall and um, set up with a work VPN as well. So multiple layers of security. But okay, I was gonna skip, but I heard Toshijin. Oh, yeah, and I'm working for a company now that deals with cybersecurity, so I definitely need to focus on uh, making sure I keep the I's dotted and the T's crossed. But the machine will be, is the distortion coming from me or is the distortion coming from the music? Gotcha. Yeah. This is Ningen Isu. They're a Japanese metal band that most of their music is based on classic Japanese literature, which really interesting. I picked up. So I learned about the band. I had known about one story called The Human Chair before because oh Junji Ito had his own version of the Human Chair. So I read that like years ago. Didn't realize that it was, an homage to Edogawa Rampo, who is uh he was big after um like turn of the century 1900, and he got his name from Edgar Allan Poe because Edogawa Rampo is Edgar Allan Poe in Japanese. Um, uh, yeah, they started in '87, I think, and they've released like an album every other year, at least. So they've got a very wide library. Yeah, there's also so I learned about the band through um, well, it was recommended to me on a YouTube thing, and it was just like, okay, there's this guy that looks like a bald, pale Japanese monk. So I click on it, and it's Heartless Scat. If you want to look it up on YouTube, it's an amazing song. The intro is just, I can't put it into words, but how amazing the intro is. I would try to find it, but my Japanese is not that great with the playlist. I think that's one of the few that's actually one of the few English titles that is not in English, at least with this playlist. But yeah, they are extremely. Um, I love the melding of Split Up you've been listening to a lot recently. Split EP. Okay. Sure. Uh, anyways, getting back to the original point, the band led me to the author, and I picked up a copy of some of his short stories that includes the Human Chair, and he, he's pretty twisted. I mean, the stories are good, but it's very much in the vein of Cursed. One of them I'd love to do as a play because it's written from the perspective or in dialogue back and forth instead of telling a story how most people tell stories. But that one's about a woman who visits a cliff with her lover, and it's the same cliff that her previous lover jumped from like a year or two before, and she's basically telling the new lover about the old lover trying to piss him off and goading him into pushing her over the edge. It's there's a lot of manipulation, a lot of dark stuff, and like the human chair. The human chair is a story about a guy who, um, well, it's written as a letter, and it's written to an author, and so it's about a chair maker who is so ugly that he cannot go out. He is so down on himself because of his looks that he doesn't leave the place, but he's an extremely talented maker of chairs. Um, I'm not sure if there's an actual word for that, but he gets commissioned to make what he considers his finest chair, and he designs it to where he can hide inside the chair. And this is the letter he is confessing to the person that bought the chair about the inside of the chair, and he has the letter delivered to this person. Yeah, it's an interesting story, and it's very like meant to raise the hackles on the back of your neck because it's creepy. But yeah, a lot of the Ninganisu songs are like 5 to 8 minutes long, so they do old school metal. But I'm gonna be getting into some teaching and learning shortly, which I have not done in a while, and I'm really out of practice. If you're trying to share a link, Limbo, I don't think I've got links set up, or rather, I've got it just let's hop over. Oh, no worries. Yeah, the story. Um, I did I read that one? I think I read that one on stream a while back. Let me do a quick check of my YouTube channel. If I did, I will probably read it in the near future again. I think I did it for Halloween a couple years ago. Um, Go ahead and send the thing, if you please. But the story, I would say try to track it down, but unless you're willing to drop like $25 on the book, I don't think it's worth the time unless you absolutely love the creepy stuff like that, which I absolutely do. And I will check my files. It's possible that I saved and remembered it. Um, Yeah, link deleted. Send it to me via Discord. Oh, and I will. Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna send you the human chair, but my reading of it was October 23rd, 2022. But yeah, I think 1.25 gigs is a bit too large for Discord right now, even if I had Nitro. But since I know that you're interested, I will set that up and get it over onto YouTube and keep it private and send it to you, or not listed. Let's check Discord. I'm gonna mute the Discord audio and listen to it now if that's okay. Oh, that was loud. I am. Hey, welcome, Fletch. Okay, I'll have to be in a certain mood to listen to that limbo. Um, not exactly my go-to metal. I like the vocals, not my typical thing. Just the poetic Era, Sinest Synestia. That not what I was exactly expecting. Reminds me of Cradle of Filth, but that's just because of the vocals. Um, I'd have to do a longer listen to check the stylings. All right. I will have to listen to it later. Right now, that would just grate on my nerves, and I'm trying to stay relaxed and calm right now. I have been working on doing vocal fry. Being able to sing with that is it's something you got to train yourself to do, and knowing how to do it without hurting yourself. Um, the technique used that I was looking at can also be lent to actually singing without the frying your voice. Um, yeah, I will be down for that later. Right now, we have a bunny that needs to go through some old content. And there is one thing that I really need to do, and it's going to suck. I mean, it's going to be fun, but it's going to suck for one major thing. I'm not going to be able to give an actual good in-depth teaching. Yes, I am a bunny. This character is a bunny, my other character is a kitty. So, without any further ado, attune your ears to the grinding gears. We are going to enter Earth's font. In the meantime, in the right zone, but I'm the wrong class. It's ninja time. So currently in the game, they have brought back, for the third or fourth time, a crossover with Yokai Watch. It's another property that Square Enix owns. And the mount that I'm using is the Whisper mount from Yokai Watch. What you have to do is you have to be wearing the appropriate gear, which is this. You have to have the appropriate pet out, which in this case, oh, this is not going to be fun for me. Please let nothing see me. So you have to have the appropriate pet out, which right now is this little guy. If I can target him, nope, I can't target him. But there are multiple out there. And I'm using it to level ninja. I started this event with a level 1 thief. Now I'm a level 40 ninja. But, yeah. Minion guide, you've got this. This tells you where you need to go to get the medallions for it. I need to pay attention because I can die. I don't want to die. Oh, no worries. Final Fantasy XIV. I've played this for years. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get out of here because that guy is going to hurt me. So, Komajiro is the one that I am playing with right now. Wrong one. When you finish a fate, which are, I forget what the acronym is, but they are basically in-zone, in-zone real-time events, basically. And they each have, their own requirements to complete. I need to come in and kill this guy. Yep. Destiny, I believe. Wow, I am not going to survive if I do that. Run away. Yeah, I can't finish that fate. Not only am I a ninja, but I'm a very squishy one because my gear is still like level 30. So we come down here and we activate a fate that we can get through. As I was saying, I think Destiny got the idea from this. I forget which one came first. It's been a while. Oh, this is a collect one. Yeah, my main character is max level in everything. So I made this, I made the bunny when I decided to start making the videos and played through the game as a new character. Also because I wanted to make a bunny and, my main character, I, I've I've had her for so long that I do not want to change her. And you have the ability of, you can get an item called a Fantasia, which will let you change the appearance of your character. And I've got a few of those. Well, the Viera were something that were teased as a possible playable race. And, if they had released the Viera earlier, oh yeah, I would have, my main character would have been made a bunny, but, I think it was the third expansion that they actually added them. Shadowbringers. So yeah, it's been, I grew attached to my character. I mean, the armor that she's wearing is the exact same glamour that she's had since um, Realm Reborn. There have been a few changes along the line, but I just found this one, and they added dying shortly after. And it's like, oh, that looks really good. Yeah, and you get attached to a character, you don't want to change them. And fifth one is coming out soon, I think. Yeah, because there was A Realm Reborn, which was a re-release of the 1.0. So from Realm Reborn, then you had Heaven's Word, which opened up Ishgard, and you learn about the Catholic elves, more or less. And then you had Stormblood. Stormblood, you learn about Alamigo and the Near East. Gave us Samurai and a few other things. Then there was Shadowbringers, which is the only one that I don't have the collector's edition for, um, which basically set the stage for Endwalker, um, which was the most recent expansion. And then July, beginning of July, is going to be Dawn Trail, which is the first in a new storyline. Because 2.0 to 6. Whatever we're at right now has been, well, 2.0 to 6.0 has been one story. So one story across 4 expansions. And they, so I like to talk to people about World of Warcraft. And so I played World of Warcraft from like towards the end of um, vanilla to the very end of Pandaria. And in Pandaria, or after Pandaria, they came Warlords of Draenor, and during Warlords, um, at the very end when they were trying to get people to play the newest one, right before the expansion came out, they gave everybody a free week to come back and play. So I went back and I played through the entirety of Warlords of Draenor in a week, and this was everything that was in there. Completed all the quests that were new in a week. Now, the thing that really sold me on never going back to WoW was the fact that it took me 2 hours to get through all of the storyline quests for Warlords. It takes you 2 hours just to get through the storyline quest, like the first half of the storyline quests in a mid expansion patch for 14. So I like stories. I enjoy learning the lore of the world. And, if one of the big draws for the game, for me at least, is storyline. Huh. Oh, that one failed. Never mind. Um, yeah, World of Warcraft just does not have enticing stories for me anymore. It's like you get given a short fantasy story as a kid. Like, yeah, it does. And I know, Fletch, that you are getting back into the game. You've got. Oh! Welcome in Aqualung and crew. I am Sentient Dessert, or Flan. Um, Flan's just easier to say for most people. Uh, but I am a variety streamer. Today is a very low energy um, teaching and learning stream for Final Fantasy XIV. This is a series that I've been doing for years now. Um, I've got over 240 teaching videos up on YouTube. So right now I am trying to knock out um, all of the changed dungeons that occurred during this previous expansion. Okay, I will give you a random Final Fantasy fact, if you don't mind. Um, well, a random fact just in general. I was an attendee at the first US performance of the Black Mages. Now, the fact that goes along with that, Nobuo Uematsu is the composer for all of the Final Fantasy music, the majority of it, I should say. They've had somebody else come in because he had some failing health a few years back. But the Black Mages was a band a rock band that Uematsu created to perform Final Fantasy music. And they have got they have multiple albums and they're sort of broken up right now. But Uematsu is doing better health wise. He composed most of the music for um, well, the main themes for Endwalker, and I believe that he is also doing the majority of the music for Dawn Trail. So, yeah, there's a fun fact for you. Yeah, Aqua, I think you would love him. He is an organist, not a pianist. He plays like the old school organs, like what you'd hear from uh oh, what's the name? Steppenwolf. Not like the cathedral organs. He plays the modern ones. I mean, you The Skies Above is a great one by the Black Mages. It's what was that? Final Fantasy X, I think. I'm not too keen on the vocalist for it, but it's a great song. Um, Golly, what was I even saying? Yes, I'm playing through and doing a teaching and learning. I am not very responsive to chat when I'm in the duty because I'm trying to focus on pointing out mechanics and explaining things as they go. So, apologies to anybody that wants to, get my attention in doing that. Um, the dungeons that have changed from, yeah, there's quite a few that need to be gone through. Still have to do Weeping City, still have to do Dunsky. Um, yeah, I could stream the rest of the day doing just these dungeons. And between dungeons, I'm going to be participating in the Yokai Watch crossover event, which lets you get weapons that are based upon, inspired by the different yokai. I've got a few of them already. If you know Yokai Watch, then you'll recognize a lot of these things. But for now, to do the event, you just have to equip the wristwatch and have certain minions out. Thank you for the follow, Blackout. If you would prefer me just to call you by the full name, I can. Yeah, if you were here last week, I was playing River City Girls, and yeah, uh, I was getting really tilted in that game. Like, four-letter chorus was coming out like every other word. Still enjoyed the crap out of the game. I love beat 'em ups, but oh, I did not. I realized after that I was playing the wrong character. I just needed to play the other character because their attacks were more suited to my style. So it was just comical and anger inducing. Right now I'm sitting in a binder for Earth's Fount, actually. Um, so as soon as I get in there, apologies to chat, I go teacher mode and try to focus on things. This one is going to be kind of crappy because um, you can kind of face roll a lot of the low level duties at this stage, especially this is level 50? Yeah, level 50. So that is like 50 was the level cap for 50 was the level cap for A Realm Reborn, which was the return. So we're going in with level 90 gear that, despite being truncated in stats, um, you still maintain like twice the stats that you had when the game came out, when the duties originally came out. And regrettably, I am not high enough level to visit some of these fates. So we will check the minion guide, click on Komajiro, East Shroud, Central Thanalan. We can do all this stuff here. The original release came out in 2010, and it was playable, but they outsourced a lot of the programming to some companies in China, it looked like. I mean, they misspelled Chocobo in a lot of things. So it was not a very good release. The A Realm Reborn was after they took the game down and reworked it. They got rid of one of the directors and gave it just to Yoshi P. And he has been, I mean, he's made the game go 10 years. So 2013 was when 2.0 came out. And we are getting the first new chapter in a new story. I get it at the end of June because I pre-ordered the expansion. But it's going to be a new thing. We got 2 new classes coming with it as well, both of them DPS. One is called Viper, which is a dual sword wielder, and the other one is Pictomancer, which is basically, if you played Final Fantasy VI, it's Painter Realm. I think they had something like that in Final Fantasy V as well. It's been a while since I played that. But each expansion has had its own new jobs. My main character has all of them, with the exception of Blue Mage, because Blue Mage just wasn't as fun for me, and it's not a required class to level. You can't do normal stuff with it. In the yokai thing with Fates, that's okay. 7 was a solid game. 10, not my favorite, but it was also pretty decent. 13, I'm going to say, was basically just, it was not a typical Final Fantasy. It was like a 20-hour railroaded tutorial, and then you got like 4 hours to play around in the world, and then the game was over. So it was short for a Final Fantasy game, and I also learned in Final Fantasy 13 that there is one point where you can save and not be able to go back to level your characters up, and you can't progress because if your characters aren't high enough level, you're not going to be able to beat the fight that you're in. So I had to restart and play the game over. Same thing happened to me in Xenogears, except I was like 50 hours into Xenogears when I had to restart because I could not beat the fight and I couldn't go back. 13 also had very forgettable characters. Like, usually you have like 1 or 2 characters that stand out, but yeah, 13 nobody really stood out. And the only reason that I remember Lightning is because she had a crossover in this. Um, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I hated him too. I also have the sequel to 13 Lightning Returns because it was something like $5 on Amazon at the time. And it's like, why not? It might be better. It's still sitting on my shelf unsealed because I never played it. Now, 10 had a mechanic that pissed me off. Um, do you remember having to dodge lightning? There's a field where you have to like run through and there'd be like a flash and then you press the button to dodge the lightning as it strikes. And it was the only way to get Lulu's ultimate weapon. You had to be in there and you had to dodge it 100 times. I was on 99 bolts. The screen did not flash. A bolt came down and hit me. I was just like, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. And no, I didn't blink because my eyes were dry. I was sitting there like, eyes peeled, don't blink. You got this. Yeah, I kind of rage quit at that point and didn't go back to the game for a few days. Yeah, because after 99 times, you have basically built up the timing thing of flash press, flash press, flash press, and then there's no flash, and it's just like, where did the lightning come from? I forget which one of the 10 games it was, but I enjoyed Blitzball in both of them, in 10 and 10-2. But one of them I felt had the superior version because they changed it between the two, and I don't remember which one. But I'm going to be setting up my PlayStation 2 soon, and fingers crossed that it still works. Um, I haven't used it in a while, and I know that there are rubber parts inside that can deteriorate over time. But 12, 12 actually has a crossover with 14 that is, um, I mean, it was in Shadowbringers that they added the VR erase to play, but they hinted at it in not Trials, we want Raids, Stormblood. So in Stormblood, the royal city of Rabanastre, the Lighthouse, Ridorana Lighthouse, and the Orbonne Monastery. And since 12 is based on Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and it was like the first one that happened in the same world as another game, um, what's her name? Fren is a NPC that you come across, and the racial armor for we don't want that. We want that. The racial armor for the bunnies is Fren's outfit, basically. Thank you for making me consume liquid. Yeah, 12 is the same universe Ivalice is, um, and there's a crossover where we actually like go to Ivalice in this world. Um, Tactics Advance 2 also was in the same world, if I recall correctly. I haven't played Advance 2. You know, I never beat Tactics Advance because I was, if you can't tell from me getting all the characters max in, or all the jobs max on my main character, I I liked doing that with all the characters that I would recruit in Tactics and Tactics Advance. So I would just sit there and level characters and never progress the storyline because I wanted the characters. And in Tactics Advance, if you had a character that was higher level than the storyline that you're going into, you kind of destroyed everything. And we just got the final medal for Kumajiro. So, once the enemies go away, we can teleport. Tactics Advance is supposed to have a... So the characters that the bosses that you come across in the Tactics crossover are characters from the original Tactics. But the lore is the characters from, you know, or a lot of the Tactics Advance stuff. Okay, take care, Fletch. If your character's high enough, we can do some of these dungeons. Because these are the reworks. Level 50, I think, is going to be the cutoff. So, for the yokai event, you go to... It starts in Ul'dah. You find somebody that is near the Aetheryte, and they will um, tell you about coming and doing things at the Gold Saucer. Then you come over to Noki, you talk to him, you purchase minions with the medals. I've been in 89 Fate since buying all the minions. So we want Disciple of Magic, I think it is? Yes. Scholar's Codex. And it's got the character's face on the book. And if you just want to collect them for fun, I'm doing it because it's something to help me level my ninja. But after you complete that, every single one is 10. The minions are, well, we're at the Gold Saucer. I'll show you what the minions can be used for. I can't enter into it because I'm queued for something else. The minions are basically a minion tactics game. They added this a while back, and I forget the mobile game that it's supposed to be a clone of, but you have like 3 nodes that you've got to protect, and you can collect um, gold saucer, gold saucer, gold saucer, Lords of Verminion. So you take all of your minions that you've collected, which in my case is just under 100, and then each one has different skills that you can use on the battlefield, and you just send them out and you try to destroy the other one's crystals, and they're trying to do the same to you. And it's a fun little mini game, and it earns you um, the gold saucer points, basically. But after you finish with one character, you gotta move on to the next one, which is going to be this guy. Old guy's face on a dog's body. It can be. Lord of Verminion is, first off, a play on an old game called Lord of Vermilion. Um, but again, if I weren't in a queue, I would bring it up and show you. If you are doing, it's not achievements, what is it called? It's the weekly stuff. I don't remember. It's been such a long time since I've opened up the stuff that I don't. Collection. It's not journal. It's be it. Oh, okay. That is the one I'm not doing streams for because it's not enjoyable for me. And I'd like to. Duty recorder maybe? No. Challenge log, there we go. So in the challenge log, there is a gold saucer section, and it's one of the quickest ways to get MGP quickly. And Lord of Verminion, you play it 5 times, and in addition to whatever you win in there, you get an additional 27,000 MGP, which is not bad considering everything else is like um, you need to get the points to get certain things. I haven't really done it on this character because it's just a pain in the butt doing it. I will check you later. It's a pain in the butt doing it on 2 characters. It's a pain in the butt doing it on 1 character, but 2 characters is just aggravating. But if you want to be complete in everything, as I try to be on my main character, you gotta be able to buy all of the side things. Have I done you today? I have not done you today. So this is a quick one that you can do regardless of what is going on. And it's just a scratch card that. Yep. There's not going to be any good ones. Maybe there. Nope. And right now they've got a until the beginning of June, they've got something called Make It Rain, which you get twice as much or 50% more for everything that you do. But yeah, if you want. What am I doing wrong here? Okay. So yeah, you got Triple Triad, which is in here as well. I'm surprised that it's, you know, been present for so long because Triple Triad came out in Final Fantasy VIII. It's a fun little card game, but some of the cards are a little expensive, like Cloud Strife is 1,000,000 points. And if you come here and do everything daily and do the weeklies, you'll get that in a month. But then you've got ones that can only be obtained through buying these hidden card things. And what's nice about this game with regards to that is card list, it'll tell you where to get it. So you have to find the person or for, okay. I'm gonna go into teaching mode now if we get in. So we can continue talking afterwards. Come on, other tank. Earth's font. Welcome in. This is my first video back in a long time. We are going to be taking on Odin. And I hope we don't kill him too fast, because I really want to get through the mechanics of this. But if you are a new player coming into Earth's Fount and you are seeing this, this is being recorded right before Dawntrail. So, taking him, he's got Valknut, which is a point-blank AoE. So you want to run away and get back in as quickly as you can. If you're out and you're tanking, you want to maintain threat by hurling your shield right at his face. Sangtal, I don't know what this does. Oh wow, that is a massive tank buster. Frontal cleave. I don't know if I can dodge that. If I see it again, I will try to dodge it. Sangtail. Nope, you can't dodge it. He will track you down and hit you with it. That was a high damage thing. Alright. We've got 3 lines of AoE that come out. I did not see a name for that. Hall of Stone will target random players. Looks like it's not the tank, but you will have to dodge out of those. Sangatal, toss up Sheltron. Valknut, run away. Run back in. Einherjar. That is a raid-wide damage with a dot that gets applied to everybody. And I'm down. Yeah, that is a heck of an attack. Okay, we've got Gungnir. I did not see the name of the attack. So we want to come in, we want to kill these as quickly as possible. The other tank has the boss right now, which is okay. We've got those down, get back on the boss. We have the 3 spears coming down again. It will do one set one way and one set another way. Einherjar again. So after this, Sangatal is going to hit the tank. I'm going to taunt and take over just because I didn't want the other tank to die. I didn't know if that was going to drop them to almost nothing. Alright, we've got the spears coming down, and it does cross attacks this time. Getting hit by that looks like it applies slow as well, so you do not want to get hit by the cross attacks from that. song to tell again. Shin Zanten Tsuken. I said that horrible. Shin Zanten Tsuken. You want to kill him before that finishes because that is going to be a party wipe. Please, somebody limit break. We might wipe. Okay. So that is my first time killing Odin with this character. I hope you found this video informative. Yeah, informational and informative. Try to get them both said the same time, informatal. For the longest time I had that sword as my my paladin sword on my kitty. Loot. I do not need nor want that. Oh. Alright. So that's how I do my informative stuff, and my mind is clearer today than it was when I tried to record a previous one, like last week before last. So we're going to go back to, no, we're going to look at our list. We have completed Earth's Fount. I'm not used to Fount, I'm used to Font. So, should I go for the 24 men? I think those might be good. Yes, come on, Mr. Hard Drive, spin up. Let's see. Where did I put them? Raw file, yeah. Interesting. I moved everything to one of my drives, and I don't remember. I put it. Yeah, I'm looking for this. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm now kind of concerned because I can't find any of my videos. I know that I had them. Am I? Yep, I'm an idiot. I was skipping over the one that actually had them. No, I've got a bunch of 4-mans and I've got a few 24-mans to go through. 2 24-mans left to go through. And I'm just coming here to double check that I have not recorded it and failed to record that I've gone through it. Yeah. Okay. Looks like Why are you still listed like that? We want you sorted by name, not by date. So we got 6.2 updates. Thalia, the Gilded Araya. Yeah, World of Darkness was the last one that I did. So we've got Weeping City and Dun Sky left. All right. So we want Heaven's Word, the Weeping City of Mahak, 6.2 update. On this character, I'm in a food-based circle of friends. So everybody has food-related names. All right. The Weeping City of Mahak. Average wait time 10 minutes. We'll see. Let us minion guide. Where do we get your stuff? Eastern Thanalan, South Shroud, Upper Lanaskia. South Shroud we could probably do. So yeah, I'm not sure how long I'll go today, but I'll get a few in. Um, but again, I've been making these videos for like I think I started in the pandemic. It's still the pandemic. Let's not have that discussion right now. Um, but yeah, having a bit of fun with this. It's so nice to be able to actually kill things now. You are, yeah, you're one of the ones that I can't go to. Everything else except for this little section down here. Oh, you horrible goblin. Oof. Nice thing about a lot of these goblins, they don't wander around, so they don't change the direction they're looking sometimes. I've been playing the game for years, and so there was a major influx of players around the time of the pandemic starting. Um, it was right after, um, like in the middle of Stormblood, and they were trying to get new players because they um, increased the areas that you can go to being a new player. Someone that is not, where do I turn this into? There he is. Um, so you could play up to Stormblood in the previous expansion. Is that guy still just gonna lay there? Alright, I will play nice. Oh, I won't play nice anymore. Gonna give him a res. So, new players could play the game with 2 expansions without having to buy the game or, pay for the game. Because this is a subscription game. The free trial is indefinite, and you have access right now to uh, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and no, it is just I screwed up on that. I thought that Shadowbringers was where you could play to now. You can play Shadowbringers and I'm screwing myself up. So do not mind my screw ups. You can play through a lot of the game um, without having to purchase the game, which is something that many other MMOs do not have. You have to at some point purchase and do subscription. But if you're playing through the game up to and including Heavensward, even uh, Stormblood, there's a good chance that you're going to be enjoying the story and want to know what happens next. So it's a good business strategy, in my opinion. So I started making the videos to help newcomers just play the game and figure out, oh, so this is what goes on in this fight. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, well, it does, but it doesn't. You have pretty much, if you go through and play and just go through the storyline itself, there will be, you've got, I want to say probably 100 hours easily of storyline to get through, and that's just the main story quests. The only thing the things that are locked out from you for having a trial account, because there are gold sellers that use this game. You can't whisper people. You can only have a maximum of 2,000 or 2 million of the in-game currency. You can't use the market board, and you cannot join any free companies or exchange anything with other players. So you have access to the game itself, but you do not have access to a lot of the interactive stuff that comes with the game. I mean, you can still chat in parties, you can do parties, you can do group stuff, but you can't, like, you wouldn't be able to bring up this screen because you couldn't join a free company, which are the guilds of this world. So you've got a lot of the game open to you, but because of the gold sellers, you're not able to do a lot of stuff. And even with that limitation, they're still, stealing people's credit cards to make sales. And like every week, there's an announcement that goes out from Square uh, saying how many accounts have been suspended for interacting with basically uh, buying money from a gold seller. And I just realized that I do not have the game audio. I really do not like you, OBS. I need to put an explicit Final Fantasy XIV audio. Oh, I will have to make a note in that video and just say, sorry, there's no video because, or no audio for this video because I was an idiot. I haven't streamed consistently for a long time and I forget settings. So, yeah. Um, where was I? You have access to a lot in the game. Oh, I was talking about the gold sellers. Yeah, every week they make an announcement saying how many accounts have been terminated, which is funny because they have to both buy the game and I don't think they have to buy it anymore. I think they just have to link a credit card with it, but they don't IP ban because if they IP ban, it's going to block out actual players because they VPN to one area, and if they ban that IP, then those players can't play anymore. And they do not want to do that. Oh, disappeared right as he was being talked to. That's annoying. For the most part, it's a fun little community, and you'll the reason that I know that there are still those players making an account and coming in and doing stuff. Um, the character movement in this game is based largely on Final Fantasy XI, and one aspect of 11 is that there is a way of telling the game through. I do not condone this. I just know about it. Being able to teleport to random spots using the XYZ axis. And there are some locations in cities where the Z axis, there is a substrat in case somebody falls through the world where they can land and then teleport out instead of perpetually falling. So they have teleported themselves underneath terrain and they will just like spam their idiotic spam. And, you know, back in 2.0, 3.0, you had to sit down, go to system, go to support desk, contact us, um, report cheating, report harassment, um, and report them manually by going like this. And this was not populated with anything, so you had to fill in this information all yourself. But now they've got a handy, you right click on somebody's name, and I'm not going to actually do it. I can't show you because I've got that blocked out. Yeah, so basically where I'm running right now, if you go down maybe 50 increments of the in-game unit of measurement, then there's going to be another platform that you can stand on. And it's just so that players that accidentally fall through the world can survive and teleport out without getting, you know, dying or falling perpetually. Was this a kill everything, or is this kill a certain one? This is a kill a certain one. Okay, so who are we killing? Sharp Eye, look out, look out, look out. Larcener. No? I mean, you can run around down there, but it's not really set up for players to do much, and it's, aside from seeing some, I need to, I turned off Kofi, Coffee, whatever it's called, and it's still advertising stuff. So I am borderline to the point of wanting to kick it out, because it keeps popping up like every half hour, despite being told, hey, I need to go back and check the Discord to see if anybody responded to my question on that. Some of these old fates are annoying because you've got all these enemies that are flagged for the fate, but not all of them count for what you have to kill. That first one that I killed didn't make the bar move. That one made the bar move. Anyways, I do not have chat set up for this format because I'm mainly just teaching and learning, and spinning yarns along the way. There are a few places that I have found, I don't remember where any of them are, where you can actually see through the terrain. Like you clip through with the camera, and they are pretty good at finding those and getting rid of them. One conspirator coming that way, we got one here. So it looks like conspirators are the ones that we have to wipe out for this. I'm going to be sitting here for a while because I have selected one of the least popular 24-mans. And I don't think you get any bonuses for doing that one. So people are not going to want to do it. I expect that when we join, there's going to be like 3 or 4 people that leave right off the bat, but those repopulate fairly quickly. And as long as they are not all healers, we can still do trash. Because I at least will have my heal at that level, right? Wrong class. So, going back a little bit, yeah, I wanted to teach players coming in, especially those that are sort of tentative about the different jobs. So I've got videos that I've done for tanking, and I've got videos that I've done for healing as a white mage. And I've got them separated into their own things, and I'm probably going to make a playlist for healing versus tanking. The healing, I don't go into everything, I just, as I was leveling white mage, just going back and forth, and whenever I was doing white mage and going through, I could probably do 6.2 as a healer, the changes in some of these dungeons. It's easier for me to teach from the tanking perspective because I can control the fight for the most part. Yeah. From the healing perspective, you don't lead the fight. Conspirator. I think Lancer was the other one. Yeah, so a lot of new players and a lot of... I found after I started making them that there were people that were going and checking out the videos on YouTube and finding that, the videos there were 7 years old. And the fights have changed and become a lot different in, the time since. So I'm releasing more updated versions of the dungeons and the raids. Like when I did the Weeping City one, nobody had done the like level 90, going back and running through it. It had all been like, this is brand new, we're running through it right now, this is what you do for these fights, and my approach to them is I do the entire dungeon so that somebody wanting to learn doesn't just get boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. They get, okay, this is how you handle this trash, this is what I do to help pick up, ads that get away, that kind of stuff. And I show how I play as well. And, I know I'm not like the best, but I know enough that, people don't die. And if they do die, I will take responsibility if it's my fault. Especially when playing as healer. But, yeah, uh, I found that, like, Labyrinth of the Ancients is probably my most watched video out of everything. Because all the videos from that one were like 9 years old. People going through and this is how you do the fight. And between then and now, they have made changes in the fight itself, um, like revealing where certain attacks will hit, or you need to stack for this mechanic. Those markers were not in the game back then, and they have since made all those markers universal so that new players coming in can learn what the different markers mean early on, which is good because if the markers for the mechanics are universal, then it's going to be easier for players to know the fights. And if a new one gets introduced, it's kind of like, oh crap, what do we do with this? And you've got to learn to adapt. And stuff like that has happened in um, the recent 24-man raids, like Aglaya and Thalia. Um, but with the changed mechanics, you also have the gear creep that I was mentioning earlier. I didn't call it that, but the fact that, when I get leveled down to level 50 going, or level 60 going through Weeping City, my gear is still going to be superior to level 60 gear. If I were running with like regular level 60 gear, I'd probably have like 20% less hit points, 20% less stats across the board. So doing less damage, if everybody's like that, everyone is doing less damage so the fights last longer, and you get to certain mechanics. With Labyrinth of the Ancients, the fights were meant to last like 3 or 4 minutes, sometimes 5 or 6. Um, and you had to actually like pay attention to all the mechanics that were going on. Otherwise, you'd die, you'd wipe somebody else, that kind of stuff. Um, Now the fights are like I was in Labyrinth last night, and um, the first boss is a dragon that you have to kill 3 times, and while you're beating it down at certain percentages of life, it would spawn skeletons, and the skeletons you had to drag them away from the boss and kill them, because every time the boss dies, first time he dies, resurrects all the skeletons that were out, and they all run towards the boss, and if they reach the boss, they do a raid-wide damage. And when the game originally had that dungeon as like where you were, 3 of those hitting the boss would cause a wipe. There was enough damage that everybody was dead. The strategy for it now is tank the boss wherever you want. Some like to move him away from areas to give the skeletons longer to run, but you could have every single skeleton go off. As long as it's not all at once, and everybody would survive. For the most part. Players that are in at level or low level gear probably aren't going to survive, but it shows the change of mechanics. So instead of saying, okay, you've got to get the tanks that aren't in charge of uh, the boss have to grab the ads, pull them aside, kill those down, and it was like you've got to meter your DPS between ads and boss, so that you don't have like 6 skeletons up at the same time, so that you could handle them all. And the reason that you wanted to pull the skeletons away is if they resurrected next to each other, they would run at the boss instead of walk. So it was a fight that I wish they would bring back as, how you're supposed to do it. Like have the original Labyrinth of the Ancients for like a level 100 character, just as a like a hard mode version of it, which would be fantastic in my opinion, but neither here nor there. So there was the change from just burning the boss, ignoring the skeletons, triple speed, more or less. They ran towards the dead dragon's body, and you've got 2 waves of the skeletons that you've got to get through, and then the third time you kill the dragon, um, he spawns some Arimen, which are the winged eyes, and yeah, it was a fun fight, and for a 24-man raid, it was the first fight that you saw in a 24-man setting in this game. The next one, you just ignore the mechanics and you burn the boss. Because the mechanics for the fight were you had 3 pots around Thanatos, which is a giant in the middle that you have to kill. The pots would buff one party at a time, since you've got 3 groups of 8, and Group A would get the first one, so Group A's tank would pick up the boss, and A would DPS the boss. And the debuff, or the buff, comes from the pot. Now, the mechanics in this are the boss will summon bombs that will go out to kill the pots. And there will be ads that spawn as well that will try to kill them. And any AoEs that the boss does can damage the pots. So you had to heal the pots to keep them alive. You had to kill the excess things, but you had basically one group at a time with a little bit of crossover, about 20 seconds of crossover, uh, for these different being able to actually attack the boss, because the buff that you get from the pots means that you can damage the boss. And if all 3 pots die, you can't damage the boss and it's a wipe. So you don't need to do that anymore, because within the last night, we killed the boss before Group A lost the debuff. The buff, debuff, whatever you want to call it. Because you also do half damage when you have the buff. Third boss, they they changed the mechanics entirely for that fight, because when it first came out, you had a group of uh, 6 tanks, 6 healers, and 12 DPS. And they've since, um, if you look right here, they've changed it to 3 tanks, 6 healers, and 15 DPS. And the excess tanks in the third boss fight in that place, there were towers. There were 4 towers, and you had 1 tank at each tower. And when the tower got charged up with electricity, the tank's job was to disperse that, absorb the damage from it, and get healed. Um, 1 tank tanks the boss, and 1 tank will tank the ads that come out. Now, they got rid of the tower mechanic in that, so you don't have to go over and manage the towers anymore. And it's just, you burn the boss. One of the only bosses that you actually have to um, pay attention to the mechanics, because there are comets that will fall, and you have to hide behind a comet when the boss does a ecliptic meteor. So it brings a meteor down on itself, and if you're not behind a comet, you you basically just get one shot. Nobody can, I mean, um, invincibility does not work for that attack. So you die. And I've seen many tanks just like, oh, it's fine, I'll pop invincibility. And nope, they go down, somebody else picks it up. Um, so that fight got changed dramatically after that, the tank swap. Um, the final fight in that place, you've got a boss in the middle of a ring. And along the edge, the front edge of the ring, you've got 3 platforms that you have to run to when the boss starts casting Ancient Flare. If you do not run and stand on those platforms, a shield does not. Standing on the platforms, when he does that, creates a shield that protects everybody outside the shield from the attack. Everybody inside the shield, you take unmitigatable damage. Again, another one that you can't take. But yeah, those 2 fights, mechanics you have to pay attention to. And people like to try to burn through the second instance of the boss running to the center to cast it. I mean, if he's got like a sliver of life left, burn it. If he's got like, 7%, 10% life left, run outside. Otherwise, everybody dies. And you gotta start over from the beginning. But when it first came out, you spent at least half an hour going through it. That's if you don't wipe. 30, 35 minutes was about the average runtime. Now, like last night, we went through in 16 minutes. Because you just face roll everything. I just realized I don't think I thanked Aqualung for the raid. So thank you, Aqua, if you're still there. I appreciated that. My knowledge for this game ebbs and flows because, I have taken a few breaks from it, but the involuntary breaks are the ones I don't like. The voluntary breaks are the ones that it's just, you get burnt out, and you don't want to completely burn out and give up on something that you love. So I take a few months off, and making these tutorials, I'm getting ready for Dawn Trail, because the first few days of Dawn Trail, I'm going to be playing my bunny. I'm not going to be playing it for fun. I'm going to be playing it to make the tutorials for people. Because it's going to be, people are going to want new content. People want to look at the new content. So I'm going to also try to do boss-only fights, or boss-only videos as well, in case anybody is having issues dealing with a certain boss. But I do the full run because people can learn better from seeing the entire process instead of just, oh, we're just going to come in, boss does this mechanic, boss does this mechanic, boss does this mechanic. At least from my perspective. It's a lot more fun and enjoyable in a tutorial. There are very few instances in this game, though, where a tank swap is needed, and it's usually reserved for the harder things. Oh, Monarch Ogrefly. By harder things, I mean like savage raids and stuff like that. But again, in Earthsfount, I I did a tank swap because that's the mechanic that killed me, and I didn't want the other tank to die. So there's knowing when to do something, and um, I think that's most of the tank swaps that I see in this game are like the first one that happened in that fight when I died. So it's it's definitely something to pay attention to, and there will be a lot of tanks that get bent out of shape if you try to taunt off them. Like even if you're supposed to have a tank swap at that point, they just they don't grasp that, you know, you got 7 stacks of the debuff on you. If I don't tank swap, you're gonna go down. And they're also the types that if you die, or if they die, they blame you for not taunting. And if you taunt, they get angry at you for taunting. So I like to refer to them as former WoW players. Because that was a big thing in virtually everything that I ran with multiple tanks. You weren't supposed to taunt that guy off me. I was doing fine. My dude, you were dead. I mean, you literally died right as I taunted. So, no, you weren't doing fine. The things you see when you don't have your gun. That is a buff chocobo. Alright, I am going to, I'm going to go grab a little bit of food, because I came on here without eating. I will be, I will not be swapping anything out. I'm just going to sit here, and I will dance for your enjoyment while I am... Oh, it's not a persistent one. Okay, let's find a persistent dance. Emotes. Do I have any persistent? Do I just have those? I only have the Manderville dances? Oh, I've got the little ladies dance. Alright, so I will be right back. I will be checking back just in case it pops while I'm not looking. Be right back. Okay. We are going to be dancing. that's better. So we're going to go back to fate farming. Well, what do you know? We got 2 fates that popped right up. Did I unmute? Yes, I unmuted myself. Good. I am more than happy to answer any questions regarding the game. Oh, my bird went away. Alright, we got 2 of them now. We need 10 total. Oh, somebody killed it. That one, though. better with food in me. I think I will be able to think more clearly too. Maybe speak better. Kill these guys, the ones that are not part of the fate. Well, you're not leveled, or not de-leveled. Then you sink. And then you go after the ones that are part of the fate. Okay. Go to the level sink. Kill this guy. Oh, somebody pulled out? Somebody pulled out. We find... It wasn't very nice of you. Been waiting for nearly an hour. I wonder if I can get it in the mouse too. My current mouse I have had for a while, and it's had the same issue. I'm barely touching the, the right click, and it wants to click. My finger gets stiff, and it just will click when I don't want it to. Which accent would you like? Australian. Alright, I can do an Australian for you. I've been to Australia, but I have spent a lot of time listening to various people, and my accent's more of the Crocodile Dundee style than the a lot of the other stuff that you hear out there. So, yeah, my Australian's a little... Maybe it's also a bit of, oh, that racist guy, the one that was in Braveheart. Can't remember his name at the moment, but very much in that style. I didn't grow up watching the Crocodile Hunter, so it's a little muddled there, and yeah, nah, yeah. That just got me thinking about something. Listening to people talk I wonder if you can hear their accent in their laugh, because it's very difficult to change how you laugh. And I'm curious if it just like comes through, you know? Oh, I dropped my level. And then you decide you're going to come in and pick on me. It's not very nice of you. Is Danzig Australian? I thought Danzig was American, or, you know, at least from Europe or somewhere. There we go. Maybe it's because I keep thinking of, like, the Straits of Danzig, which is in Norway, I think. Nui. Most of my, I like to listen and I like to impersonate, at least the way that some people talk. I'm very out of practice. But, yeah. What's really messed up is that I tried using Mel Gibson, that's the guy's name. I tried using Mel Gibson as my um, model for learning the Scottish accent. And, you know, I've watched Braveheart a lot as a kid. So, yeah, that's not a Scottish accent that he's doing. It's Mel Gibson trying to do a Scottish accent. I won't be able to get away if I go in there. But, yeah, Australian. Crocodile Dundee is what I grew up knowing about. And I've since, you know, been able to hear a lot more. Like, well, YouTube, one of my favorite, maybe not favorite, but one that I watch quite a bit of is How to Cook That. And that's by an Australian lady, and she's got her husband and her kids that come in too. So it's a very different style of accent. Very more subdued, not quite as in your face. The last one. Where's the last one? Well, I didn't get anything from that one. I'd like to visit Australia sometime, but then I remember how many animals there just want to kill me. So I'm like, you know, there's like one or two dangerous animals in the entirety of New Zealand. So I think I'll go there instead. um, it'd be nice just to travel around, see the Great Barrier Reef before it's, you know, destroyed. Well, we have some that we're waiting for. What gourd before? If this is just kill singles, I might be able to do it. If this is kill a lot, or kill a single target, then Australian's not one that I've practiced recently, so I'm hearing myself dip into other accents while I'm doing it. Yep, nope. I'm not gonna be able to survive that. That one I can survive. So we're gonna go with there. I I'm an actor at heart, and I got my degree in theater. Haven't been able to use it very much since I graduated right before all the theaters shut down because of a virus. So, I'm not bitter about it. I'm not bitter about that at all. No, you just, you have fun with it. Moved my arm trying to hit the mute button on my new microphone because I felt a sneeze coming on and I didn't want to share that with you. Um, yeah, so my left shoulder is pretty messed up. I've been going to PT for it, but put a small hold on the PT right now for insurance reasons. Um, insurance companies they don't want to they don't want you to get better. They want you to you know not use any money for any medical treatments. So yeah, my shoulder I just like wrenched it out of place a little bit while trying to press the mute button. Oh yeah, that's what this one is. Oh, this is the opposite. We gotta defend it. Kill the ones on the gate. Got it. No, I am an actor. I'm more I'm more a director than an actor, but I still enjoy acting. Even if I know I'm not the best at it, the only time that I could really act very well was dealing with a parent. I think like most kids, the first time that you learn how to act is when you learn how to lie to your parents. Because your parents lie to you. Like, don't worry, I won't get mad if you tell me the truth. Yeah, nope, that's not true. That's a trap. That's a trap. To your parents, and it's like, okay, well, you're grounded for 3 weeks, but you said, yeah. Nope, you die. It's quite enjoyable as a pastime. Why did you do that? I was trying to grab this box. You're not even part of this. kill you. Get minor experience for doing so. One more and then we're gonna go turn in. Let's turn in 10. We'll go down and deal with the eft. Oh, that would be a horrible one. So, like me, the creators of this game, or at least the English translators, they like to use wordplay, like "eft" for dead. And the thing that came to mind upon reading that just now is they could make a fate that uses these enemies as the main thing you go after, and call it "eft in the A." And I don't think that they would, because that would... I don't think they've been that tongue-in-cheek and racy in a lot of things. I could be wrong, though. They could think of something like that and put it in. Yay! 7 more. $63 in queue. I think I'm finally at the very front of the queue. Meaning if anybody comes in on the random, we will be joining this one. Unless they are below level and in a group. What I've learned about the queue for this is if you queue for something specifically like this, and you're by yourself, you have less chance of getting in than a party that decides, oh, we're going to queue for something specifically, and we're all going to get in. It treats the parties with more favor than the solo players. Which I fully understand, and I do not fault them for that. It's very difficult to balance things. Ah, now what have we got here? So many black efts. It's funny, Groundskeeper Willie was more Scottish than... Oh, it's Mr. Burns. Get it! So, when I first played this game, and it was one of the things that burned a lot of players out. Wrong one. Right one. So, these things, Atmas. These were part 2 of the original relic weapon. So you had the Cortana, you had the Cortana Zenith, which is like technically the stage 2, but with the Atmas it changed the there were 2 steps for each stage. So you had the initial getting the weapon, and then you had the upgrading the weapon. So the first stage was the Cortana, then you got the Cortana Zenith, then you got the Atma version of it, then you had the Atma's upgraded version, and then you did that a few times. So there was like 8 or 10 full, like, progress steps for each relic weapon that you want to get. Now, with the Atma, on my main character, these dropped specifically from certain fates in certain zones, much like these medals are dropping. Um, and you had to be the job that you were collecting them with. So if you were going for, um, like the Scholar weapon, you had to be on your Scholar trying to kill things back when Scholar only had one attack to it. Scholars were not as um, offensively gifted back then. Um, and so you also had the different classes. So back then you had Paladin, Marauder, you had White Mage, Scholar, you had Pugilist, Lancer, Thief or Ninja, Archer, Thaumaturge, and that was it. The Arcanist is also Scholar or Summoner. So you had, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 jobs. The Atma would only drop if you were in the class that you were trying to collect them for, if memory serves. Um, so you couldn't be like leveling another class trying to get these drops because it wouldn't work. You had to have the weapon, I believe. I can double check that right now with my quest line because I'm on the Atmos section. Um, Not the Ultimate Ballad. Corrupted Shiva. Really? I need to do Shiva still? Or is this... Ah, Extreme. Okay. So I don't need to do that. Thought I had the quest for that. Anyways, so you had to gather the Atma, and the drop rate for the Atma back then was horrendous. Like, you would get maybe one an hour, and if you were lucky, you got two an hour. When they dropped the Atma version, I went through and I collected the Atma for every single weapon. So I spent probably about a month just grinding out the Atma. Now the nice thing about that, so Fates will reward seals as well. So in this case, flame seals, since I'm with the Grand Company, the Flames. Yes, upstairs neighbor, I hear you stomping around. Thank you very much for letting your presence be known. So yeah, I ground out 120 Atma in about a month. And the nice thing about that was that you did not have to... I could queue for something like I am right now and, break that monotony. And I liked being able to, get away from the Atma grinding for a while. Because it was just so monotonous. Now what they've done in recent time, and it doesn't include the one for Endwalker. The ones for Endwalker were just spending tomestones to upgrade it each time, which it does. I like that for one stage, but I do not like it for the entire thing because it feels like you don't earn the weapon. On the other hand, what they're going back to is what I really hate, and it's what burned me out of the game twice so far, before even getting one relic weapon. Whereas, my main character, I've got all of the original relic weapons. You actually got an achievement for that in a title called the Insatiable, and it's the one that I use consistently on that character. But they set up an instance that you have to go into to grind for the weapon. So you can only focus on the weapon. You cannot break the monotony by, queuing for a dungeon and coming back a little bit later, because you're technically already in one. So it's not the most enjoyable thing for me. And it's difficult to get back to with those, because if nobody is in the area doing what you're trying to do, you can't continue weapon, because it's not soloable. You need like at least 2 or 3 people to do some of the things because of mechanics. So it makes it virtually impossible unless you go in with a group to specifically go after it. And then instead of like, so with the original relics, you had 2 instances that you had to go into as part of the thing. You had to go in and you had to fight the Hydra, and you had to go in and you had to fight the Chimera. And that helped you, get what you needed. With this, it's a RNG as to when or if the things will spawn. And with the first iteration of that in the Eureka areas, we shall refer to that as the Eureka weapon. The Eureka weapon, you had to progress through the zone, leveling up a different... With Eureka, it was you had to level up your elemental resistance, which meant that you could survive hits from stronger enemies. And you could adjust your own defenses based upon what you were fighting, because everything was had its own elemental alignment. So you had the basic 4 elements and ice and what was the other one? Ice and lightning. So yeah, the big issue that I had with that was the fact that I enjoyed it because it was very reminiscent of Final Fantasy XI. Final Fantasy XI was meant to be difficult. The problem with this was that you needed a party. You couldn't do it by yourself. And getting to those final fates, I mean, like the fate that's down here, that I was like, no, I can't do that. That's exactly what it's like over there. It doesn't matter that your maximum level for that, you have the maximum resistances, you are in the elemental shift to where you deal more damage to it and take less damage from it. You can't solo it. It is... Well, it might have changed for that one since. I know that they were working on balancing it so people could try to get the weapons if they wanted to without, having the entire instance full of people. And that's the other thing. It's an entire map like this, probably about 3 times as large as this one, and maybe 2 or 3 points that you can teleport to. But you still have to run by enemies that could potentially attack you and kill you. So, there were 4 stages of that, and I got burnt out by the second one, because each one they tried to add a new caveat. Like, I can't show you on this character because I haven't done them on this character. You had to get certain items to upgrade the weapon that you had. You would get these little seals that you could click on, and then they would unlock and give you access to certain skills that are only usable in that area. And you get a little menu somewhere on the UI that basically says, yeah, you can use this skill. And usually people have heal or defensive skills up, as they're the most useful in there, since you do lose experience when you die there. And the same with Bosgen weapons. Bosgen had only a single area, if I recall correctly, so you were not forced. Have a good night, Limbo. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for talking. The Bosgen weapons, I believe they only had one area, but again, it was RNG as to when or if the events would spawn that you need. And then, you know, sometimes you might not get to the event before it's over, because there were so many people that were doing it. In addition to that, when it was popular, when they were adding a new stage to Eureka, the issue that would come up is you would sometimes join a map that had just finished killing the last guy, so the last guy drops items that you need to actually get the weapon. And that means that he won't be spawning again for, I think it's like 2 hours in that map. So everybody leaves that map. So if you are trying to, you know, level up on that map, try to get your elemental resistance levels higher, you just have to switch maps, and, you know, many times you will get sent back to the same map because that new map that they joined is full. And you can't easily shift instances in there. Like outside of there, when they've done multiple instances for this game, it's all open world instances. So, you know, you have the option of joining instance 1, instance 2, instance 3 if there are high population realms. And they usually do that for like major patches, or if they introduce new areas. I know with Dawn Trail coming out, they are going to have sections that are like all the new cities are going to be multiple instances of maps. They did that with what are we on? Endwalker. And every time there was an area that was going to be heavily populated by people, they would make instanced servers or server instances for that, so that, you know, if one hits max population, then people can drop down to the next one. And I think they run like dedicated server instances for a lot of the main cities right now. But the main reason that they did that was so that, you know, people don't spend, you know, 2 hours loading into the area because it's loading all the different characters' graphics. I think that's one thing that they need to... They finally addressed it with Fates. It took them a few expansions to actually, you know, listen to the feedback regarding it. But there are occasionally rare fates in the game that are a single character that you have to fight, and it's like a 30-minute long fight, and a boss that you have to basically get a bunch of people to bring down. It's less a group fate and more a server fate. You need to have probably 20 people, 25 people minimum when they are new. I think if Odin spawned right now in the Shroud, we could probably do it with 8 people so long as we knew what we were doing. But the issue that was coming up with that is you would join the fate, you would not see the boss. You would see the progression bar going up. You'd be running around trying to find where the boss is. You would die before you could even hit the boss because you can't target the boss. Alright. Let's do this. The Weeping City of Mahak. 6.2 update. Welcome in, friends. We are here. Waited over an hour to get in here, so we're going to do this. The Weeping City has had some minor changes that took place probably about a year ago, and I have not been able to get to doing this update for a while, so I apologize for the lateness of this. But this is to go over the fights and point out what I recognize as different from before. Since it's been so long, I may not remember, but I will still be going through the fights and explaining everything that's going on as best I can. And as usual, we are doing this all the way through. Alliance A, so you are ours, but we will also smack others if we can. Bring them, come on. Alright, so this trash you just have to avoid getting hit by stuff. It can be stunned, so stun them if they start casting stuff on you. Second group comes out. It doesn't really matter who has threat on these, so long as it's not DPS or heals. Alright, after those guys are down, it's trash. I wish I had a run. I should be going for the one on the left. But we're going to grab them all. So the small spiders, when they die, they are going to leave a puddle on the ground. You do not want to be standing in the puddle because it does cause constant damage and you get a stacking debuff. I am lost for a second. Alright, we come to FFXIV. Which, yeah, let's generate threat, see if we can hold it on this. So, Silken Spray is a backwards cone from the boss. Dark Spike will be a tank targeted attack. I think she already threw one out. She has this skill, which is not as important right now as it will be later. Dodge into the ground does earthquake, epicenter, moving out, then does an actual epicenter attack. Then she bursts out of the ground. Oh, you do not want to be standing next to anybody that's like that. And if that lands around people, you want to run through and break all of those things. If I were not main tank, I would be doing that right now. Boss will run to the middle. We jump into the... We get thrown up into our web. He jumps up. And up here, the job of a tank is to eat all the orbs. And to kill that guy. If you are not actively on the boss, eat the orb, eat the orb, eat it. Thank you. You're not actively on the boss. You want to drop down through that hole and basically destroy the knots that are holding this thing up. You kill these adds, it creates another hole, people can drop down. Up here we need to kill the deep earth ether, because it's the one that if it reaches the boss, it creates a massive amount of damage for players. Alright. Second phase is after the first. Okay, here's the dark spike. That is going to be a tank, main tank target only. Nope, nope, nope. So I am here, I will go like that. She dives. She does this. Does the epicenter again. Alright, she's targeting 3 people with the spray again. So we got that going out, we got that going out, and we got one more that'll go out. Now if she dives, oh, we got a stack attack. I think this being marked is new. I'd have to go back and watch the old one, just to double check. Dark Spike popping a defensive short cooldown. Alright, Frond Afrin, you want to look away. Look back, and you see a few people got feared. Token Spray is the backwards cone. She's gonna Dark Spike again. She may not get to the mechanic that I wanted to point out, but that's okay. She's gonna shoot out 3 more of those web patches. We'll see if she actually gets to do the attack. Yep, she's gonna dive. You want to run and stand on these as best you can, because these prevent you from getting sucked in, and if you get sucked in, you will die. Oh. Okay, maybe a tank won't, but it took the tank down to almost nothing. So, first boss down. Alright, we got first boss down, we got a little bit more trash to deal with. I think most of the changes in this have happened to Ozma, which is the 3rd boss. This place is just absolutely cool to me. Yeah, we gotta kill the boots. We get the ghost that comes up. We got the ads on the sides. I will... out of range for that one. We will do that. So long as DPS are not targeted, it doesn't matter who has the threat for these guys. At least this is better than the first recording that I got done, where I didn't have the game. I did not have the game volume being recorded. They go down, grab mine, I'm gonna grab theirs, and then we are going to just AoE as they come in, so we can get everything down. Alright, this opens up a doorway over here. This boss, I don't know what's changed. I think some things are more targeted. Like they actually applied the appropriate target indicators for some things. So we will wait until everybody is lit up over here. I think we're waiting on one person, but So, you tank the boss in the middle, it is easier for some things. These green things, first time they appear, you don't want to be anywhere on them. Megiddo Flame is a 3-directional line AoE. Necro Purge creates the things on the ground. Now the reason why you might want to take the boss in the middle is because it gives people access from range during one of the mechanics. Instead of, you know, people just running out and sitting there. This is the mechanic. See, that person may not be able to hit. Yeah. They cannot hit. I got hit by that. Okay. We're nearing second phase. Okay, Brand of the Fallen. You got a Dorito on your head or an arrow. You want to stand with everybody else, or you get turned into a frog like that guy was. So, yeah. Dorito means you stack. I'm taking the middle one. So, second phase is the ads phase. Each tank grabs a different one. Main tank usually takes the succubus because it's the first one to go down. You do not stun that attack. You stun that attack. Okay. Going for it, going for it, going for it. Once the attack goes off... Oh, we've got some deaths. I did not see that. Oh, we got some Doom. The Doom needs to be cleansed or people will die. Yep. I cannot cleanse in as Paladin. Be interesting if they added that, though. Necro Purge. Now, this Necro Purge goes out, you want to be standing in 1 green. Because if you don't stand in green, you will die to Megadeath. I will be happy to answer that question outside of the dungeon. Or, you know, it won't distract when we get to the next trash section. So, Megiddo Flame, Evil Mist. Alright, this is the one that... No, I popped it at the wrong spot. That was my mistake. Evil Mist summons these things. Then they go out. You take one stack, Megadeth goes out. Yeah, I screwed that up. So I'm going to need to be very good on my timing coming up. Elwyn, that's the one that we're looking for. This brings you down to 0. Or one hit point. So I ran away from the boss so he didn't one-shot me immediately after the attack goes out. I've got a Dorito. I'm going to be turned into a... My party is dead. Oh. Brand of the Fallen is going out. Alright, so to answer that question, there is an indicator as to who has threat. You will see on the different... so whoever has main threat of the character will be highlighted in red if you're in a raid like this. If within your party, you will see a little bar underneath your icon that will basically indicate where you are on the threat level. So, I will try to show you in the next combat. Usually if you're a tank and you've got the your tanking skill activated, you will not lose threat unless it's to another tank, unless they considerably outgear you. Back in Realm Reborn, they were still trying to manage how threat worked. So, as a bard, there were a combination of skills that you could use that it didn't matter what you did, you were pulling threat. And it was the best combination of those skills, and you did so much damage that you just yanked threat right away. So, next trash. I will show you with this guy. One of the few fights that you do not take point as main tank. So this guy, you want to face him away from the party because he does a frontal line attack. I don't know if it... no, it doesn't... It's just a frontal attack like that. Now, why you don't do that? So, you'll see everybody now has a bar on them. And mine is the only one that is actively full. Nobody else will even come close, usually. Unless I am taking it off of somebody else. So, I'm going to stand here because this is... let the actual DPS go forward and do what they need to do. But how that tank has got it right now, that's the way you want it. Great. The buttons are pressed. Creates the shield, which protects us from a massive attack. And then we get to Ozma. Ozma is fun. Last boss, I'm going to have my work cut out for me. It's been a while, and I don't remember all the fun stuff that goes with him. Or it. Whatever. Now this was a infuriating boss when it first came out. So there are 3 locations that you stack with your party. you never want to stack with the tank. A goes to the left, B stays on that platform, and C goes to the right. As a tank, I like parking myself on this side, and everybody else goes on that side for most of the fight, or back here. You always want to go back into the left with the meteors that will come, but we will get to that. Yeah, see, meteor, back or to the left. And because when this goes down, epicenter AoE immediately gets placed. And then we get the singularity fragment. Alright, Ozma is shifting to cube. You do not want to be stacked on or near the tank, or behind the tank during this section, because as you will see, it shoots out a laser beam that goes all the way back. Now, the side thing with this is somebody has to eat these orbs. If they don't, they will explode and deal raid-wide damage. Usually a healer will take that role. Okay, we're back to the sphere. We do black hole. This is second phase. And these fights are going really fast now. That was usually like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So with this as the tank, DPS, and pull threat on anything that spawns. Once everything is dead on your side, you can jump down. And then you come to Ozma Shade. Ozma Shade will do one attack. Assimilation, you turn away from it. If you get hit with it, the only way to get rid of the stacks is to turn away from it and wait for the stacks to disappear and then face back again. Alright, that was wrong on my part. I got hit with that. When it turns into the pyramid, you do not want to be standing on the platform. You want to be to the sides of the platform. Back and to the left. Yay. You do not want those things to land on each other, because if they land on each other, then they will explode. If we don't get our healers back, we are going to be... Okay, good. We had a healer come over and help us. Good. Alright, we got the cube again. Don't stack on me. We got the orbs coming again. So, the changes that I remember with... Okay, Holy is a knockback, so you do not want to be standing near the edge because you will get kicked off the edge. But, yeah, this would have been a wipe 3 times over with everything that's happened. Holy again. Get a heal out on them. Try to move it so that, yeah. That was a very sloppy run, but the things that changed in that, I believe, are during the pyramids phase. The debuffs do not come quite as frequently. And for this fight, I'm not sure anything was changed. We will see. 2, 3 people viewing cutscenes. Okay. Or not. Alright, so with this boss, if you're tanking it, as soon as that appears, you want to turn the boss, because they will do a side swipe and reorient the boss properly. The only times that you want to move this boss is when there are traps on the ground. Like there. Okay. Now, while they destroy the trap... Okay, that's something that they did. That used to be always 2 of those traps would appear whenever the boss would do something. I was trying to pull the boss away from it so nobody would get stuck. Alright. You want to kill the grands before the smalls, because the grands will explode first. During this, there will be players targeted with the throwing needle attack, so you just try not to run them through other people. And you'll get a little mark on you that's like a little arrow in a circle that follows you and pulses on the ground. Dancing mat is over. Okay, we are going to turn you like this. So you do not want to be on that side. This is a very position-heavy fight. Doing another extension, this is going to be one of these. You don't want to be there when they pop up. If it's an axe, you want to hug it. If it's a frond like that, you do not want to hug it, because it will knock you into the air. Okay. Boss is doing another extension. We're going to turn her. Oh, no. Which extension is this? Oh. Look away from the boss, and you will get knocked back. If you look towards the boss, you get pulled in. You do not want to get pulled in because you get hit by 3 of them. Okay. Boss is doing depth charge. You do not want to be on the side that has the frond up, because it will kill you. Well, maybe not kill you, but you will take damage. And I have no control over which direction that boss charges on that. Okay, this extension, I believe, is going to summon... Yep. So we want to bring the boss to the corner. That's going to do a cross attack in the middle. It hits almost everybody. I did not move that fast enough, I did not see it. So, a lot to pay attention to in this fight. And now we've got 2 traps coming up, so I will drag the boss away from it so people do not get... or not. Alright, we got the grid. I have not seen the grid in years. Comes up, you want to be next to an axe. Oh, that was sloppy, but we got through it. And I apologize for being sloppy myself. read on everything. This is still one of the only pets that my main character does not have. Do I have... I do not have Califastray. And I still don't have. So, those are the changes that happened with this one. I think I'm going to do the 4-mans, because that was a long wait. I will I will see what I can do for Dun Sky next. That one should be easier because that might actually be one of the ones. No, it's not. It's Robin. It's the Evilise ones. Did I get the card? I did not get the card. Did not expect to get the card. All right, that was fun. And an important thing with that, even if even though we like face planted so many times in there, we still made it through. So that should tell you a little bit about the difficulty level having been decreased. Everything in this game will build upon itself. So learning about the fights will be better. All right. We will see how long it takes us to get in here. Let's open up our little text document. Mark that we've done that. Oh, there were some changes made to some. Yeah. My hope is that I can go through and do all of the new content when it's out again now. As long as my computer's not dead, um, I won't be able to spend all day doing it. Um, I am working almost every day now so that I can afford to live. Yeah, a lot has changed in the past 3 months, so um, I'm not going to go into it. It's 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 still fresh, so I don't want to continue to rehash it and reopen the wounds as they're healing. But needless to say, I am in a better place. I am doing a lot better physically, emotionally, and I'm enjoying life a lot more. So, I'm good with where I'm at right now. And that also means that I will have the time to actually make these videos and spend some time getting them edited and uploaded, and hopefully the new mic is working better, um, and it's not quite as echoey. I need to, I don't have as much sound dampening in this room right now, and I will be moving my gaming system into another room when I get my work system, because my work system is going to be locked down. So will be a fun thing. It also means that work is going to be a lot easier to do since I'm not navigating personal accounts and private accounts, or personal and business accounts on the same machine or the same browsers. And like I've got like 6 browsers set up on this machine right now, and each one is for a specific purpose. And it's still, there's overlap because, this service doesn't like communicating with this browser. So that's the service that I had everything set up to do for that. It's been a headache with that. So if I can just get it set up and use, basic Chrome or um, something basic for that, it will be just more beneficial for me. And because it's a very good practice to be in, don't forget to update programs that you use. If you have any routers or um, switches or anything that your computer's connected to, even your modem, go and see if you can update the firmware on there, because there's some nasty stuff out there. And yeah, even if you think you're safe on Linux or a Mac, do your updates, because there are viruses, there's malware that gets on those systems and destroys them. I remember for years people were saying, well, I don't need to get a antivirus because I use a Mac. Yeah, you've always needed to have an antivirus. Just because the viruses are not common does not mean they are not um, out there. And malware, there are specific, with the advent of the large language model AIs, there are some people, well, there's that, and there are programming languages that function across all platforms. And it's easy to program and just, change what you need to based upon the environment that you're dropping it into. The people that have developed the malware, they know this. They are using large language models to help make better malware, which is just, yeah, it's not good for us. It's not good for the people that just want to enjoy life without having to deal with, somebody coming up and trying to mug you. And, malware on your computer, malware on your phone, malware on, your game device, that is basically somebody coming in and mugging you in the privacy of your own home. So, that being said, even if you've got an Apple computer, update. Um, Apple's antivirus likes to run in the background, and if you're running the basic Apple stuff, it will be running. And if it finds a virus, finds a malware, it is very quiet about finding it and fixing it or doing what it needs to do to get rid of it. And that, in my opinion, gives people that use those devices a false sense of security. Because if you are warned that there is malware on your device, there's a good chance you're going to check other things that you've got. If it just like, oh no, we're just gonna take care of this without letting you know, because we don't want to bother you with that. It's like, so if my computer, if my laptop, MacBook Air, whatever you want, whatever you're using, is infected, there's a possibility that other devices that have connected to it might also be infected, and they might not have the same updates or protections. So that is, just make sure that you update things. It's not to say that some updates don't necessarily function the way they're supposed to. Um, Microsoft in April had an update that disabled VPN privacy. So it doesn't matter what VPN you're using, the tunneling is not private. And they knew about it for a few weeks, and they released an update in the May updates that they put out for Patch Tuesday. So that was an interesting thing. Cybersecurity is kind of part of my job now, so I'm trying to do my due diligence and just say, make sure you got things updated. Now, even with that issue with Microsoft, it didn't disable the system, it just disabled the VPN. So if you are concerned about security, or if there was a problem that you were experiencing with on a Windows device, it's better to have the patch to protect you and lose the access to the VPN for a short period of time than it is to leave it unpatched and have a vulnerability that's, you know, now in the public and known, and people are possibly targeting. Like any vulnerability that you read about. Ooh, okay. Let's do this. That was fast. I am looking forward to this. Come on, friends. Done Sky. 6.2 update. So, this is Done Sky. And somebody else decided to mark themselves as main tank, I'm guessing. Nope, it's a black mage. First boss, Death Gaze Hollow. He blows the edges off of the deck. We're gonna see if I maintain main tank. If not, that's okay. Okay, Void Death, you want to run away, because you get drawn in twice. And then, as long as you're not standing in there, you're good. Okay, Void Arrow 2, he's going to drop 3 on targeted players. It's going to leave a whirlwind that's going to continuously damage people. Void Blizzard is a cone AoE in multiple directions. Void Arrow 3 is going to be a target at the very center, and you want to run away because you take less damage and you get knocked back from it. Doomsay is a random doom on 2 characters in each party, which needs to be Suned off. Alright, we're getting the Ice 3 coming out, Frost 3, whatever that is. Void Blizzard 4, okay. You want to position yourself to where you don't get knocked off when he does the knockback effect after that. Alright, coming in soon is going to be 2 quadrants or 2 eighths of the ship that will be darkened. Oh, it's only 1. Alright, 1 change. First change I notice. It's a single eighth of the deck that gets changed. A Bolt of Darkness. You do not want to be next to him because he does an attack immediately after that goes that direction. So, we've got 2 spots on the deck now. Doomsay coming out again. Doom on myself and 1 other in the party. It got removed, which is always good. Void Arrow 2, which is going to be the targeted whirlwinds. Ah, I'm being told that my mic is quiet. I apologize. I will adjust that. And this is the first time I've had somebody I'm in party with actually come into my stream. So that's a fun thing. So, you don't want to be standing on the squares pretty much ever. Especially when he's doing the attack and they're glowing. Alright, Doomsay's going out again. So, welcome in, Sumi. I hope you are having fun today. Alright. Void Blizzard 4, okay. goes down, you want to put yourself between the boss and the icicle, or you get yeeted off the edge. And first boss is down. Amusingly enough, that is the hardest boss in this place. For some reason. Alright, how's the microphone now? Okay, I just don't want to mess with the levels too much, because everything is at, yeah, it's a process on my end. But glad to have you here, Sumi. So this trash, you want to destroy the crystals before they finish their cast, otherwise they will summon out ads that you have to kill. And same with this next section. Usually you can get 3 to 4 of these down. And you don't want to be looking at the boss, or the Arimen when they do that. You're gonna get, 2? Oh, we just got the 1. And the dragon. Alright, got them both. Can I stun you? I cannot stun you. Dragon cannot be stunned. Alright. The next one is going to be Faradad Hollow, I believe. Faradad Hollow. The first time you fought Faradad was... Oh. Yeah, this shows that I've lost a little bit of memory about the dungeons. Alright, make sure everybody is here. Okay, pulling. Run through the boss. Establish threat. Alright, first thing going out. These attacks, he's going to throw out swords that are going to land and be a persistent AoE. So, because somebody was close, moving the boss so that DPS does not stand in it. Alright, this is the solid orb. You want to be as far away from the gold one as possible. Or, not as possible, but, you know, far enough away that you don't get hit by the orb when it goes off. Jester's Reap, Frontal Cone, Jongular X, I believe is, yeah, almost a tank buster. Main tank, large damage. Alright, we got the ring coming out. Ring, you want to be standing next to the Atmos that is the same color as the one that it's going to. Because anywhere else, you'll get hit. Defibrillator. Alright, you want to turn everything to the opposite of what the image is. So we've got fire up there, you want to turn everything to water. You don't want to run over it, it just protects you from damage. Flame flow. Alright, ads phase. We've got 6 Atmos and we got 6 targets that we gotta kill. So you just burn them down. And they'll get sucked in by the Atmos again and then spit back out to their exact same spot. But they usually have things associated with it. During this phase, the boss will also do a half of the arena Even if you don't pop sprint, you can reach the edge of it from the farthest point. Alright, Faradad's gonna tell us to pay attention. We'll miss the big reveal. So back on the boss, turning him away from the party. Alright, we got Atmos coming up, we got a ring going to the blue Atmos. So you want to be next to the ring. Monsters Reap. At least one nice thing about having the Reap go out is that it makes sure that you're the only one standing in front of the boss at times. Alright. The whirly gigs are going out again. Oh. Yeah, get him. Move out of the Blackfire too. Blackfire is going to be multiple targets on the ground, growing ground AoE. You don't want to be standing in it. Jester's Reap, Frontal Cone. Triangular X, hopping short, paint cooldown. Debilitator. And Black Bolt. You want to stack for Black Bolt. Alright, boss is down. Easy as 3.1415. My voice is getting raw. I'm not used to talking for this long. Proto-Ultima. This is a mini-boss. I did not mean to pop sprint. So, functions very much like the original Ultima. Will turn and do line AoEs as you bring him down. Chemical Flare. Grade-wide damage. Disappears. Got the defense of the AoEs. So, first one goes off in the center. Next one you gotta run from the epicenter. Next one is going to be double epicenter. Last one's gonna be a line. Then I believe we get the ads phase. And the boss starts charging an attack. So after these guys are dead, attack goes off and we take damage based upon how far it was able to charge. 3 people will be targeted with Sewing Needle AoEs. We have 3 Ether Collectors that need to be destroyed. What's nice is, as these get destroyed, they will fill the limit break bar. And then, to defeat the last guy, everybody can just unleash level 3 limit break. Now, previous to this, you actually needed to have those 3 go off in order to kill that guy. But with the changes made, and with the gear creep that happens, you don't need to. Now it's time for one of my favorite bosses in the entire game. I don't like the ads phase, but I do just enjoy the fight on the whole. Welcome to Skathash. And I wish I knew how to actually pronounce the name. I'll probably look that up later. Because that is a Gaelic name. A Gaelic, historical character. I'm not sure if she was a goddess or not. I've always seen it Skathash Hain, I believe. Anyways, we're waiting for a cutscene right now. We'll do a ready check. As long as everybody's here, we're going to pull. Alright. So, Skathash. This boss, you do not want to be, you want to pay attention to where the boss is located and where she's moving to. Because she will do attacks like that, and I was not paying attention when that went out. I'm just gonna protect my butt and pop my cooldown now, since I don't think I'll need it later. Alright, for this one, look at the direction that the hands are sitting, and you want to be in the opposite quadrant. Otherwise, you will get hit with it. Point blank AoE. With that one, she charges, and immediately after, she does a point blank AoE. You do not want to be standing next to her, or you'll get another stack of the vulnerability increase. Alright, we are in this phase. Certain players get marked, and moving causes damage. This one, you want to move away, and you want to kill the summoned guard ASAP, and you want it to not come near the boss, because it will link to the boss, and you'll have a wipe, basically. Sorry, my brain kind of disappeared there for a second. 30 arrows is a ground-targeted AoE that creates a line AoE that crosses through it, so you want to avoid standing in that. 30 souls is raid-wide damage. We've got her arms coming out. It's going to be the opposite quadrants this time. Alright, somebody is getting targeted with an attack that summons an orb that will chase them. I don't remember the name of it, I did not see the name of the cast, but you want to run away from the party, and Shade Thrust is a frontal line attack. So with the chasing attack in this one, you just want to run away from the party and do as little damage to other people as possible, because it's a pretty large AO area, and it has a knockback effect with it. If you get hit with it, there's a good chance that you'll get knocked back until you die. Alright, so during the ads phase, you will have meteors that will come down, and you've got to, oh, wrong button. Blow instead of, or interject. That is my fault. Alright. Put the boss between me and the rest of the raid, so that people can smack her in the back. 30 souls. This is the raid-wide damage again. 30 arrows combined with the meteors. So you want at least one person on each meteor spot. You want to dodge the 30 arrows, both the initial and the follow-up. 30 souls again. And again. $30 arrows. That's gonna come down. Right, I am going to stand here. I'm gonna pop Divine Veil just to give us some extra damage absorption. Take both of those. We got the second ad coming out. I'm going to run away, because... Okay, good, somebody grabbed it. Thank you, Sumi. You're probably going to die. Yep, I'm sorry. If I were off tank, that would not have happened. But that's okay. Stuff like that. Oh, no, 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 let me. Lungs, yes! Oh. Wow. Yeah. Some people ignore that ad, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you do not kill that ad. And I'm going to state what I just said in chat. Always go ad in that fight. It is not worth the... I mean... That was... that was close. And, you know, Sumi, if you're listening, you did a good job there. You saved the raid. So... Alright, we are waiting for... Nobody now? Okay. Diablos! Was waiting for... some... waiting for the cutscenes to finish. Alright, Diablos, let's get... head in the game. Nightmare. You do not want to be looking at the boss. Look away. Never mind, somebody interrupted it. I like saving the stun on this boss for something else. Death gates have come up. Death gates need to be burned down as fast as possible. Nightmare again. Turning away. That's what's supposed to happen. Alright. Ruinous Omen. The one that I wish that I could stun. This is raid-wide damage. And I'm going to pull the boss back a bit so that nobody's in front of him. Alright, with that, Ultimate Terror. That was slow on my part. Those are the ones I like to stop. So, Ultimate Terror is a point-blank ring. Alright. We're entering part 2 of phase 1. You are amusing the crap out of me, Sumi. Just over there taking the garbage out. Having to sweep up. Alright, so with the life gate fight, you have to bring the life gate down multiple times, and it keeps this orb from hitting us and wiping us all out. There will be this, where we've got 2 death gates that come up, and we gotta go over and destroy the death gates or they'll summon something. And you get back on the life gate, and I think it's 6 stacks of HP boost. And then you enter phase 2. Oh, it's only 4 stacks. Alright. Well, I think Diablos is going to take away what you're trying to clean over there. There's no way to treat your girlfriend. Now, second phase, he has a lot of the same attacks, but also a lot of her attacks. And his attacks are also improved in power. Like that. I hope one of the other tanks grabs him. Yes, one of the other tanks grabbed him. So, get back on the threat. Shade Thrust, you do not want to be standing in front of him, because it is stronger, and it can one-shot the red mage. For the first half of this, he will also have a stone skin on him. And I don't know if it's damage done or if it's time that passes that makes it go away. Alright, we got 2 people being targeted. We've got a stack and look away mechanic. No, 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 no. That's a stack and look away mechanic. So you stack around the person and you don't face them. I am going to go in since I am no longer main tanking. Just to show the inside of this. So inside. Oh, the other tank came in. Nice to see that there was a shared brain cell. So you want to go in the gate and you want to kill the thing in there. Otherwise there's... I actually don't know what happens. I've never seen that fail. Like, and I've been playing this for a long time. So stack on and look away from... And you take a little bit of damage. Why are you running? Do you want me to tank? I will take over tanking. I did not understand what you were doing. Okay, we've got 3 of the orbs going out. And we've got Hollow Nightmare, so we look away. Hollow Kamisato. That was the tank buster. So the tank busters are not marked in this like they are in others. Jade Thrust. Do not be standing in front of him. Oh, that's not good. Alright. We got Hollow Omen. As it gets closer, I will pop my party shield. That goes out. Grade-wide damage. My team was largely protected thanks to shields, Scholar, and my Divine Veil. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Stack on me. I will pop my Hallowed Ground just to be on the safe side. Earth Shatter. These are going to be lines, bones that follow the person that they are on. It's not gonna go. Alright. Okay. That was fun. That was fun. And thank you for tuning in, Sumi. It was a pleasure. You definitely saved us in that Scathach fight. So, thank you, and it was fun reading some of the comments. Shade thrust, then meteor hurts. Have fun out there. What's left? Oh. So that takes care of the 6.2 update for that. Much late in getting that out, but life was hell at that point. The fact that I haven't been able to do anything since 6.2 reliably should also illustrate that life got very turbulent for a while. Alright, let's check out the 5-mans that we can do. Oh wow, we're at 4 hours. Let's knock out the Great Google Library. Is that Heaven's Word? That's Google Hard, and there's the regular. Alright, Great Google Library is not a level 60 place, but I will be level 60. Let's have some fun. This will be a leveling that we get in on. But that was... Dunsky was the last 6.2 that we had to work on. We are now at 6.3, which is wonderful. Oh wow. Going over the list again of the duties that were updated. 6.3 had Battle on the Big Bridge and the Final Steps of Faith, as well as Needhog's Rage. Alright. Get in the game here, get in the game. The Great Google Library. 6.3 update. Welcome in, friends. Just gonna let people... I'm gonna make it a habit going forward of letting people know that I am recording and streaming when I'm going through these duties. And the chat is covered. I almost responded to chat in voice. First pull is just these two. Alright. We've got this guy. Summons these two. We will grab them all. And run to the next area. Don't like to sprint when I am the tank, so that the healer can keep up. Nope, we lost threat. That is on me. I was not paying attention. I was paying attention to what was in front of me, not the threat list. let's get a Circle of Scorn down to establish threat on those guys so we don't lose it this time. Marilith. Thank you for the follow. I am doing my best to pay attention to everything. Alright, we are almost to the first boss. Just get these guys down, and they should be on the other side. Get a stun off on him. Boss is down. Alright. The Demon Tome. Is this the first version or the second version? This is the spinny version. Yes. Alright. So for this boss, he's got a dance, if I recall correctly. Yep. Be a line in the middle, and then on the sides. You dance in and then out. Or out then in. Let's see what's changed. There's in, wait for it to go away. There's out. Repel. Okay, we get knocked back. Book closes. We run to the other side. We stay far away because the book will turn around and smack anybody that's close enough. Or just kill them if they're on the other side completely. That is the new player. So that is definitely on me. We got the ice coming out. It's going to freeze the ground so that whatever direction we move, we will slide. So, we got the ground again. Comes the next repel. Ground is going to ice over. And we want to get to the other side, far away from the boss. And everybody made it. Wonderful. And the boss won't last much longer. So this boss is very simple. I don't think that much has changed with regards to this fight. Yes, this is the way we want to go. Alright. Greed. Greed. I'm going to be pulling until the first book. So we gotta kill the book, but I'm gonna grab that group too. Okay. Yeah. I need to generate more threat on the first group. That is definitely on me. Trying to pay attention to too many things at once, and I am very out of practice for narrating what I'm doing. It's been almost a year. I forgot about these guys. I thought it was just the book. My mistake. Establish threat as best I can. Miss on the first attack. So this has basically been a wonderful run of what not to do. Running ahead and not establishing threat on everything is what you should not do as a tank. Misery. I'm glad they got rid of using Misery. It was a nice mechanic, but it was also just so esoteric. The only way to get rid of it is to target the person and slash comfort. Alright. Biblos. This boss lives in a book. It's a behemoth. Head down. You want to be as close to the boss as possible when that goes out, so that he doesn't charge as far. For this section, we get books up here. We get 2 of them. We've got to kill them and then prevent the vulnerability up from stacking too high, and the boss doing AoEs that eventually kill us. You get the orb, and whoever the orb is attached to needs to run it into the boss, because it knocks him out of his shield. And it doesn't matter who does it, so long as it gets done. Gale Cut. This is the second part of this. Gale Cut orbs will block the orb from getting to the boss. It will eat the Gale Cut and destroy the orb. So, as we kill the boss, he's going to summon the wind. So I normally wait just a little bit for the Gale Cut to go out, and then I navigate around it so that the orb does not get destroyed. Well, that is the first time I've ever seen the orb survive touching a Gale Cut. Very interesting. That might have been a change to this level. I will have to do further tests to see if that's true. If that is true, that will be an interesting change for that fight. It makes it a lot easier. I'm going to pull these up to the first group with the Skatine. Heal, establish threat. Wait for these guys to appear. And then pull to the big guy. Get a few cooldowns going. Just one more pull until the boss. I think after we get these guys established, I'm going to just sit here and beat the crap out of everything. And we'll do hallowed ground just to make it easier for heals. Forget you can't stun that. Alright. We're waiting for one cutscene. Aside from me not grabbing everything, this has been a really fun run. And thanks for the follow, Hatsune. What do you prefer? Is it Lucy or Lucci? Oh, that was a different person that followed. I am sorry. I'm grateful for the follows. Alright. Let's focus on the fight. Void Call. So you want to run around and hit each one of these so that they are rings, basically. I come in here to do a restart of the fight and I get completely distracted. Alright. Focus on what's going on. Void Call. You need 2 for each one of these. The last one is going to be 3 on each one, and there will be 2 of them. With the DPS we're doing, it'll be almost immediately. Okay, so he does a ring, and then a point blank. If he does it again, it will be the opposite. It will be a point blank and then a ring. There we go. But thank you too for the follow, Lucy. My mistake. He repeated it. Ring and then point blank. Okay. Thank you. It was, yeah, I wasn't reading names. Oh. Oh, wow. uh, I'm just, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Thank you for the nya. Pay me no mind. I'm confusing myself. So, thank you for the follows, everybody that did. It was a fun dungeon, and I think we'll do one last one before we cut it off for the day. Thank you, Lucy. You have a wonderful day as well. Alright, Great Google Library. The Aether Chemical Research Facility is next. Hey, we'll get some bonuses for this one. Let's hit the checklist. Wow. Right away. The Aether Chemical Research Facility. 6.3 update. I need to macro that. Alright, welcome in. This is the only dungeon, that I know of at least, that does not have loot. Now, if they change that in the update, great. I don't think I have played in here since then. Alright, so the trash in here is pretty straightforward. Tank it wherever you will. Oh! My mistake. I forgot the cardinal rule for this place, for any dungeon. I forgot to put stance back up because I just came out of a dungeon that I was tanking, so that was my fault. No one else can put stance on you but yourself. Ninja can divert a bit, or did they just give that all over to tanks with Shirk? Really? They were not close enough to get... That's not... I don't like that. I thought they were in range. Alright. So, avoid this stuff, and just do what you can to kill the trash. The answer looked like they were DCing, but that's okay. Keep the trash off. First boss. Regula Van Hydrus.
In the name of the Emperor! Enough!
Alright, so we got the Magitech turret that goes out. We'll target one person, or link to one person. You want to kill the turret and get back on the boss.
In the name of the Emperor! Enough!
The one turret. One turret is a ground AoE, the other one is a line AoE. Got it. Alright, and he does a 2-7 or...
Can you withstand this?
240? No loot, okay. You don't want to be standing in front of that boss. Unless you're the tank. Okay. This section. Grab threat and run ahead. The orb. Want to destroy the orb. It doesn't matter who is doing what. You want want to be, as the tank, you want to grab threat from everything, obviously. And the easiest ways to do that, paladins can do it very easily with a heal, other tanks not so easily, but just run around and grab the ads as they come out. I think we'll all aggro on the tank or the first person to initiate contact with the orb, which should be the tank. But we'll find out. Okay, they're going to all come at me. That at least is good. I remember having to spend time running around grabbing threat of everything, and they'd all want to go for the healer. So if that was a 6.3 update, great. If that was before then, and I just haven't been in here since, also good. Second boss. This boss likes to shapeshift. Now I know one of the changes they made to this was that you do not lose focus when the boss shifts now. So that is a welcome change. Anytime the boss would shapeshift prior to this, prior to the update that they did for this, you'd have to retarget every time. Look away from the petrifaction. Weighing of the heart. And it's in the final form. Ballistic missile out, targets one random person. And then we got a stack mechanic. And boss it down. So the main change there is the non-loss of target when the boss shifts forms. Riding the elevator. Alright, we got the drones. Red. Now we just destroy the dreadnought. Can't stun it, so I'll just eat the damage. Damage didn't even go out. Okay, this is a fun area. We got the conjurers and the thaumaturges. We got these. So one's gonna come out and then the other one. That's later. That's a different one. First one, they both come out. Right, elevator down. like the design of this level. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. I have not run this place in ages, because we're only 10 minutes in, and, you know, 10 minutes was usually like first boss, second boss, not almost to the end of the level, so this is good. When I used to run this, when this was like a brand new level, I did not like running this place because there was no loot, and I was running the dungeons to get items to trade in for seals. But everybody else wanted to run it because it was good for getting light and good for getting tombstones. Alright, so I think we've got one. No, we don't. Forget which one comes out first. Oh! Oh, this fight changed. Right off the bat. You're fighting them both at the same time. Fire sphere. Okay, fire spheres are ground attacks that
Darkness shall consume light.
ground AoEs. And then her attack is a frontal cone. Oh, they link. They go next to each other and explode. Looks like they go next to each other and explode. Okay.
Mortal scum!
Circle of ice. I'm guessing standing next to these is the ideal, yes. So circle of ice is ring ice.
Know your place.
That's a line AoE. This is very much different than the way it used to be. Circle of ice, wherever they connect, is where we are going to stand.
Chaos shall reign forevermore.
Your light shall burn no more.
Grip of Night is the frontal cone. Now, is this still a two-stage fight? It is still a two-stage fight. Alright. Battle Flare, we'll see what changes with this fight. Okay, we got an AoE tank buster. Full star. Alright. I don't know what to expect from this. Yes, I do. You have to alternate. Okay. So the fire is going to go faster. Universal manipulation. Are you going to change this? Or is it still a run and hide? Okay, we got rings on everybody. We gotta stack near each other. Personal target AoEs. We got a stack. Find bailout. Chained. Break chains from people. Gotcha. Okay. It's a very simple change to this fight, but the entire fights have been changed. Don't know what Arcane Revelation is going to be. Looks like it's burned something down. Or the power goes up. And then they will manifest and do different attacks, it looks like. Alright. Very simple. Part of me wonders if that's where you're supposed to use the 2-bar limit break. But it could very well go here too. Chaos. That's going to be Buster. Goes the limit break. Got it. So depending upon which one is closer together when those are summoned. Right. So yeah, depending upon which ones are closer together with that fight, the ice would have gone forward and collapsed first in that second one, and then the fire after that one, because how far apart they were. Hmm. How are we feeling? I think we'll start with the anti-tower next time. My voice is not used to this, and it's feeling really raw, even with hydrating. Let us drop into the ending screen. Thank you to everybody that came in today. Thank you for the follows today as well. Today was really fun. I would have liked to get through more, but you know, you can't unless I got 24 people or 23 other people that are willing to jump in on a raid to go with me. It's not going to happen. But let us see if there's anybody out there that we can raid. Check the friends. See who's going. How long has he been going for? He hasn't been going long, so that will be... Let's see if anybody else is doing 14, just to keep the... No. So we're going to... We're going to hit a friend that is doing Dead by Daylight. His name's Dog. He's very friendly, very nice guy. Really very personable and upbeat. So we're going to go over and show him some love. If you want to stick around, great. If not, no worries. But thank you everybody that was here today. And everybody that followed today, very, very happy to have made your acquaintance today. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. We shall go say hi to Dog. Much love. Take care.